Mm-hmm. All right. Dude, holy. Notifications. All right. 1 second. Ooh. Okay. Music. Spotify. My cat freaked out when I sneezed. Poor cat. Okay. I think we're good. All right, cool. Bum. I don't think I've ever heard this song in this playlist. Let's do this one. Do. I don't know what to call the difference because I kind of have two worms. Mob worm. Let's see, we have small. Yeah, we'll do this medium. This will be medium. I'll rename this to SM. And this will be large. Did this one or this one. But I might use this head part as like a... This is too loud. I might use the head part as like a boss, so I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just add the monsters and then we'll decide if we want to add these ones. I'm not sure what I'll do with that. Because I already have a bunch. I've got these three, this one, and then this one. So that's a good starting point. This is a better looking worm. I always thought the current one was a tower. Yeah, the current one, the original one looks like... There, this is what the old one looked like. This is what the new one's gonna look like for that. But then I don't know if I'm gonna do a different, like a larger variant that's this one or this one. I'm not sure yet. But anyways, well, I'm gonna go ahead and add behaviors because I've made a bunch of art files like for all of these. For these 5, and then this one, and then this one. So we'll start with that. And then we'll see if there's something that can fit into adding a new monster. Otherwise, I might use it for a boss, like a set piece boss. Maybe like the head is this one, and then there's like some of these guys around it or something. I don't know. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that first. Yeah, this took a few drawing iterations. This is what it started as. And I slowly got a little bit better. So yeah, let's do these ones. The smaller ones are easier because they're less of a thing. This guy might actually already have a good enough behavior. I'm not sure. All right, let's see what we got. I don't think I have a biome set up for this yet. Like for monsters, I mean. So we'll go to the other biome, which was called Sunscript. Then this new one's called Dustburrow. Dustburrow Dunes. All right, we have that. Let's go to Oasis Sands. We'll pull a sandworm out. This is gonna get relocated. Oasis Sands technically isn't even a biome anymore. I don't know what the error is here. I guess it's just an old error. Okay. Do monster base. This is another thing I need to clean up. Dungeon drop. This, because I need to make a new dungeon. But I don't have a dungeon for it yet. I'll just use the sandworm as the body. All right. Monsters. All right, they'll do Dustburrow there. Sandy Shores. Oh, we have Oasis Sands, and we have Dustburrow. And we have one more. Sunscript. Which I might have already added. Okay. We just have to make sure they get registered when the assets get built. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That looks pretty good though. He needs to not mirror. Yeah, disable mirror. Just for the worms. Give me 1 second. 1 second, guys. I gotta make a phone call. All right, sorry about that. All right, back to worms. Let me let's just do the snakes first. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna put these in here though. They're kind of worm adjacent, but I also think they could go into the Sunscript Sands one. Let's do this one at least, because this one will definitely be in there. The larva will definitely be in there as well. Maybe we'll start with these 3. Okay. All right, let's just go ahead and start copying these. My battery backup just tripped. All right, I guess it came back. My power just flickered, I guess. That's so weird. All right. I think I changed. Did I change this? No, I didn't. Monster base, worm small, health small, dungeon drop. This obviously needs to have a better behavior. And it also needs a weapon. Let's go ahead and just make a simple weapon. It's going to be a... I'm just going to throw something in there. Something arbitrary. Projectile, base, orb, black, whatever. Okay. You have a small worm. And this one will be small health. I'm gonna make this one medium health, I think. I also need to remind myself to go back and each desert biomes right now has a combined health, but I want to have his individual health settings. That'll be this one though. I'm just gonna have him chase, I think. So let's go and find something that we can base it off of. Like, what was one we just did? Sunscript? Yeah, that'll just chase. And I'll have him shoot while he runs, I guess. Oh, this is Sandworm. This is the wrong one. All right. There is that. All right, let's see if this works. Can't unit. That's pretty solid, actually. I used the base of the snake, I just made a different head on him. I'm gonna have him shoot black and red, I think. Or black red? Actually might be the wrong colors though. Not a bad behavior though. Oh, wrong one. I wanna go to Dust Burrow. I'm gonna have him shoot 2. Am I doing no follow? Yeah, I'll have him aim at the future position with 2. All right. Not bad. I might reduce the duration on these bullets. I can't remember what the default duration is. I think it's like 5 seconds though, but let me just double check. Four seconds. We'll do 2 seconds. That's better. At least it only comes out to like this range. Okay. I like that. I need to wait for there to be more of these though. They're like too easy on their own. I might make the big worms split into small worms or something. But also have this like larva thing. Which I feel like is gonna be the exact same balance as like this. But they shouldn't have the same behavior. They should have different behaviors. I might have this, when it dies, it explodes into a bunch of these. Then I might have these guys just run at you and explode. But these guys actually shoot. keep moving. Okay. The one hard part about this biome though is that if I have too many monsters that just stand still like this, you have to like run into them, which isn't terrible, but I like that guy. Let's add this other guy, I guess. I'll add this guy next. I think I make all them like medium. Yeah, there we go. Monsters. So we'll do small, we'll do medium. Did I do this? Did I do this? I think the weapon though. Okay. All right, now we should have the medium monsters. I think I just did dash MD. Yeah. I called this worm large. Oh, I must have started. I must have started to make the large worm, but I decided not to. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. It's a long load. Not my best animation, but this guy seems like he should be far away. He should spit like lobbed things. Like lobbed poison or something. So we'll target 100 distance and we'll just go like 40 move speed. Let's do this. Am I just doing a grenade attack? Yeah, let's I guess build it off of that concept. I'm gonna go to I did one in Sanskrit, I think. Yeah, he does like an invisible grenade. I'm just gonna do an attack grenade. And we'll do an explosion size of like, we'll do kind of a big one, I guess. 16? We'll do 20. We'll do like a 20-second or 20 tick. We'll do like 3 of these. Do that, or we do 1 and we do we change in the state machine. So we'll do a grenade and I might do a second attack actually. Attack circle, orb. We should do a circle attack. We'll do 3 of these and then we'll do do a second attack here. This is where we'll do the 2 with a cooldown of you know, I'm just gonna do 1,000 and just see how that feels. So we'll do a 1 second delay. This needs to just do this though. What's up, Roger? So we'll do 3 grenades, go to state 2, and then we'll do this big circle. I'm gonna make the length on this one though. I'm just gonna do 2 seconds. Just so it's shorter, so it doesn't go like super wide. How was your weekend, Mega Bonker? Mr. Mega Bonk? Oops. I'm so burned out for the game with all the playtesting. Oh, nice. Were you one of their playtesters? Oh, nice. That's cool. Oh, I never transition out of it. Oops. Cool. Weddings are always fun. I don't know why my keyboard does that. You do some dancing? I'm just gonna do 1. What's the normal speed? 100? A wee bit of dancing. Showed everyone your jig. There's some other attack I was gonna do. I wanted those to go faster. The grenades. I can just do attack grenade full, I guess. Aye, laddie. We'll do a 1 second. 20. Alright, cool. Aye, laddie. It goes weirdly fast. Like the lob is too high or something. But it's fine. That's fine. That's actually not a bad behavior. So we have that one, we have this one redone, which is the same attack, but I think this one's actually pretty good. Cool. Oh, let's do the larvas next. We'll do the small larva. Worm. SM. How do you spell larva? Is it AE? Larva is the singular form. Larva is the plural form. All right. Larva. Actually, I'll just replace worm with larva. There we go. I'm gonna keep it in the worm category. I think I called it larva-sm, yeah. All right, he'll just chase and then wander by default, chase, and then he'll have his weapon. But actually I might change him to explode when he gets close. We'll see. Do. Oh. Oh, I never added him to the spawner. Monsters. There we go. They're pretty fast. Oh, there's auto reload. I feel like they need something different. Exploding's not bad. Maybe they explode when they die. Attached to character. That sounds like a challenging one. It's a good idea. It's just a that'd be a tricky one to add for this sort of game, I think. Like it's a lot of work just for one monster. Maybe this pool of acid behind when killed. That'd be kind of cool. I was kind of thinking I might just have him shoot a little circle constantly, and then he just chases you shooting this circle. Let me see how that feels, because I want him to attach to this guy a little bit. Like my goal is to have this split into a bunch of these when he dies. So I'm trying to think of how that's gonna work in terms of these being normal mobs, and then also these being mobs that are spawned when you kill one of these. Let me see what the circle idea feels like, and then we'll pivot. I'm just gonna do like 8. I'm gonna do 9. I feel like even numbers look weird. Now we'll do 8. Is it red, white, a white, red? Okay. What is going on? Okay. What I might do for the acid pool idea though, is I have this guy, I have another worm that's like a spitter kind of. This one. And he shoots these grenades. I might turn, instead of them being grenades, I might make them that basically, where when it hits the ground, it splats acid. Or like some poison. It would be poison because I don't really have an acid status effect. So it'd be like a poison pool. It's too, let's do 1 second. Like this is the spitter guy. So instead of shooting grenades, he could shoot acid. Let's make him do this faster. Like what I want to do for this one is I want to force him to chase at you, and I want that to force you to run away. So when there's a group of them, I think it's going to be just like running away and kiting and then attacking. I think that's actually not bad. That's pretty good. Because it's nice when you have to kite, because you can kite into these things. So it forces you to move at least. All right, we'll do that. And then we'll do, let's do this one next. He's gonna do maybe a bigger version of this and then split when he dies. Okay. Yeah, I like that. What did I call him? Large? Or did I call him large? Large. Oh shoot, I lost my mark. The heck? SM, LG. I'm gonna leave it at 10. I'll rebalance the number that spawned, but right now it's nicer just to have a bunch. I think I did this one. Large. We'll fix the weapon. And then that one. I'll do 3 seconds and we'll do 2 times this, 18. I'm gonna do 2 seconds, not 21. I will do that. The collider I'm gonna make bigger. We'll make it 14. The collider for this one I'll make smaller. I'll make it 6. All right, let's see what we had. Dust grub. I drew snakes. I haven't done them yet. I don't know if I'm gonna add this one. This one I did. Hyenas, I'm not sure. Let me write my notes though. We want to do make spitter shoot some type of poison. Ground splat. All right. Let's see. Now we just have to find one. I added it, right? Or did I not? Yeah, larva large, I did add it. Right, let's just keep walking. Eventually. Luckily, animating stuff like this is super easy. There we go, there's one. They move a little bit too fast. Oh, this is the small one. Larva large. We'll make him move 70. Are they really shooting 18? Okay. Oops, 7. D. We need an on death component. Who's got one that does this? It'd be a lot of extra animation, but a worm digging into the ground and appearing behind you, similar to when teleporting enemies with daggers would be kind of neat. Yeah, I do agree. And if I did it, I could do it for monsters like these, where they would like burrow and then they'd appear someplace else. I don't think it would be that hard. I'd have to play like a teleport out and a teleport in animation for it. I don't even think the animating would be that hard. But yeah, I'd probably have to hand animate it. Or do some particle effect or something. Or like dirt flies up, but yeah, that would be cool. All right, let's do an on death. I think it's called split on death, unless I renamed it to something. Maybe called surfer on death. Let's just go to death. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, spawn mobs on death. Just like little things like that. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. Just like the little things. Make it look nice would add up. Yeah, I do agree. Sometimes it's nice to get the behaviors in place and then add the like animation stuff later. Maybe the spikes radiate out as well as the minion spit. Or where the spikes... Yeah, layer it on later, yeah. Or where the spikes fall, the minions split. Do I have a function that generates this? Oh, I guess I don't. I'll just spawn 4 of them, I guess. Monster type, larva small. I'm gonna do a 16 radius. Two, oops, 3, 4. All right, let's try that. So he'll die, he'll spawn 4 of the small larva. For the set piece though, I might do something like that where, I don't know yet. What I'm thinking is I might do these burrow up at certain sections. I'll give them a spawn animation. And then this be like the head of the monster. I'm not sure though. Because I feel like we have enough normal mobs for the biome, but I do need to do a set piece fight. So I might use this for that. I'm not sure yet though. It's funny, this guy was spawning the exact spawn tile that we were on. Oh, it's funny that a sword killed all of the babies. There they are. Cool. Actually, I like this kinda. I wish they stuck together a little bit more, but it's just kind of chaotic. All right, cool. What do you mean by spike attack? Do you mean the circle? Like turn those into spikes? Okay. It's actually a pretty decent biome, I feel like. Let me just play through it a bit. What's how the stream said a few minutes ago? Yeah, pretty much be a reskin version of the attack behavior. Oh yeah, just turn them into spikes. I see. Yeah, almost looks like the minions are actually... Yeah, it almost looks like the minions are actually spikes on the back of the main minion. These guys have too much health, I think. Or I'm just like way under. I guess I'm max level for I'm the right level for it. I don't have any skill points purchased though. But gold gear is biome leveled, so they also move really erratically. They're like the bugs. Why do they go so far? So there's a huge lag. I need to look at how I do the bugs, the scarabs, I mean. Let me look at those really quickly. I do scarabs in Anubis. Scarab spawner, scarab gold, weapon group, move and shoot. That's large, the large one. It might be the steering rate. I thought I fixed this though, where they weren't moving so radically. Maybe it's the speed that they move. What is the speed that I use? Oh, I do 60 for these, so I just made them move slower. I know I made a behavior for this though. It might be called like charge or something though. What do I do for the, you know the gunpowder things that explode in the pirate biome? I wonder what I do for those. What is that called? Scurvy strand. Powder monkey. What is your movement? Oh, I do pursue. Yeah, that's what I want to do for that. I think charge is when I do this to this, and I don't follow you where you go. I follow where you are, where you were. We'll do 100. Yeah, I want to do pursue. I think I want to do pursue for the large one as well. But for 70 speed. And then for this one, I think I want to do, or sorry, not the worm medium. That one's more of the spitter. This one though, I want to do pursue, I think as well. The small worm. No, actually he keeps a distance, so I'll keep it the same. All right, let's try that. I forget that I always forget that I have this behavior. And I kind of end up just using the normal maintain distance behavior for all of the movement. That guy maintains distance. This I should pursue now. Yeah, so now they're less erratic. They're more like stuck together. Same with these guys. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Okay. I'm happy with that. All right, what's left? We also have the snakes, but I might put those in a different biome. I feel like I have enough like worm-like things in here. So we have the stationary ones, we have these moving ones, then we have this guy, or we have these two, and then these two. What's up, Biggest Eagle? How's it going, buddy? Then this could be a set piece. The The trouble I have is I don't know. We're gonna have one boss, which is gonna be a worm that like chains together, you know? Like this sort of thing. We're gonna have a boss like this. I don't know if this is better inside of a dungeon or if it's better in the overworld. But what I could do in the dungeon is just have one big room with one of these guys. And that would be the entire dungeon. That's one option. Maybe we do that, and then I could make a smaller version. Once I program this behavior, I may as well add a few of these sort of things to the overworld as well. And then maybe this is the set piece boss. The segmented boss split if you killed the mid section, I think would be neat. That would be cool. I don't know how I would program that though. Actually, I do kind of know how I'd program that. I'd make each section an individual. I could make each section a networked thing. New hardest boss incoming. I mean, like the boss design is either going to be it's either like the concept could either be this, right? It could be a room like this, and the boss stays in like goes down sections. So like in the boss path. Give me 1 second. The boss path either like goes through here and like always follows these, you know? Like that could be the boss, or the boss could be one big room, or like the dungeon could be one big room, and it just like kind of like cuts through and like does like this sort of thing. Did you draw all those worms, or are we being thieves again? I drew them all. You can see my progress. Well, this was the original one. Then I did this and turned it into this thing. To these two. And but I found it based off of concept art that looked a lot like this. And then this one was based off of me making a snake that looked like these. This one I found based off concept art. And this was art that I got from somebody else, and I turned into the kind of like this and this. Now this is yours truly. This one I stole. This is pretty close to what the original looked like. This is pretty close to what the original looked like, and this is pretty close to what the original looked like. Everything else though. And this one too. Thank you. I'm slowly getting better. What do you guys like better though for a boss fight? This or this? I kind of feel like this is cooler. This feels more rigid and like less fun. I feel like it'd be cool to hop into a dungeon and make it like one big worm running around, and then he'd spawn little worms probably that also shoot at you. And we could probably do him splitting as well. I don't know how long I'd make the chain though. I think how I similar to the Rock Dragon fight in Realm of the Mad God, but with a twist. I haven't done that one. It'd be more like Terraria. This would be more like Terraria worms. I think this would be more, this is more like a grid where it follows a grid. Like, what's that game called? Like Binding of Isaac. There's a fight you do. Just zooms around invincible and you have to kill the minions. He's vulnerable for a little bit, rinse and repeat. Oh, I see. Does he follow a grid or does he just zoom around? I'm getting tail whipped. I like the square. I like the square idea. I like the square idea as it give the player much less mobility and they'd have to use their movement as well to dodge. Bottom one, he just flies. Okay. I'm kind of leaning towards the bottom one. I feel like this doesn't give you as much movement ability. This isn't bad though, but ow. Yeah, how I see the dungeon, it would just be one big open room, and he zips around and spawns little worms and shoots bullets at you. Yeah, if I did this way though, I probably wouldn't do minions. It would just be like, the problem with this way is you let him pass and then you just shoot at him from the side, and then you let him pass again, and then you shoot at him from the side, and you know what I mean? I feel like it's kind of it's a lot simpler of a fight. I like that core keeper fight. Which one was that? No. The big orange worm. Gosh, I feel like I did all the fights. Oh, is that the one you had to get the thumper for? I remember that one, yeah. That one, I feel like the monster was off screen the whole time. They just went in a circle around the whole map. Let me remind myself. That was in the room, right? Atlantean worm. Did I ever do this one? I don't know if I ever did this. I beat Core Keeper. It's fun. Gorm the Devourer. I think I did this one. Oh, this one. Yeah. This is the one you're talking about. This is like the very first boss. Minus the what's it called? The slime. Minus the slime, this is like the first boss you fight. He just goes around the whole map, yeah. How am I supposed to fight? Yeah, it is kind of annoying. I'll probably do this. All right, there's Dust Burrow. I think that's a good. I think that's a good starting. That's a good enough starting point for monsters though, because I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this for the dungeon, and then I'm gonna make this the set piece, and I'm gonna add a few things like this that roam around the map. As I may as well if I'm gonna add it anyways. Thank you, Lazara Killer, for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Welcome. What's up, chat? How's it going? Are you releasing this update today? No. This will probably be on sometime next week. I still have to get through all of this week, and then I just don't know if I'm gonna be able to do a dungeon and a set piece all in 1 week. But I also need to do the Halloween update too, the Halloween patch. So it might be the case where this dungeon doesn't make it in for the next patch and it has to come afterwards. I'm not sure yet. I'll get as much done as I can, but like this one's got a lot of stuff, right? Like we added we're adding 3 new biomes, a new dungeon, and a new set piece. So like all of that just takes a lot of time. And that through all of the items for the drops for those things, you know? So yeah. Definitely not today. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna make the large larva like a 2 or a 3. Small can be 10. This one's fine 10. I might still go back and do some more monsters, but this is a good starting point, I think. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go to the assets. Stage. I think this one I got rid of. Worm small. I need to do decorations too. I kind of started drawing that. I did like this little egg sack thing. The problem with stuff like this though is that when you see this, you kind of want to shoot it and have it explode into mobs or something, you know? Other than that, I don't really know what to decorate it with. I never showed you guys how the skeletons turned out for the Scorpion Waste. It actually turned out pretty good. But now I can't use the skeletons for the worm biome. So I don't really know what to put in the worm biome. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so Scorpion Waste has these things. Like little like scorpion tunnels kind of, I guess. And it also has just like a bunch of bones everywhere. I could probably do bones and then just do... I might do the bones like Scorpion Waste. Maybe I do more, just like a bunch more bones. but I don't do these things. Bone stream. Fallen comrade. What are my ideas for the Halloween update? I'm probably gonna do Vespers Carnival again. I don't know if you guys like that or don't like it. But it's probably gonna be that, just with the same cosmetic shop. But if you guys want something special, I can maybe throw it in there too, if it's small. Dun, dun, dun. Mm-hmm. I might get rid of the cactuses here and just do a bunch more bones. Let's do that. Did Twitch remove being able to rewind? They paywall it. You have to be subbed. Oh yeah, you are, aren't you? Maybe it's down. I know AWS is having a lot of issues. Always. Oh. Yeah, I know you are subbed usually. I just didn't know if it like expired or something. It could just be down though. I think AWS is having a lot of issues today. Are we gonna get a scythe buff? Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing right now is I'm going back through all of the biomes and not finalizing the content, but like iterating on all of the content. So everything's getting expanded on and then rebalanced and stuff like that. So it starts at the start and then it makes its way to the end. So right now the tier 4 and tier 5 stuff hasn't been touched at all. I'm on tier 3 right now, which is all the desert biome stuff. Tier 3, I mean 3 skull. A lot of US East, AWS is down, yeah. Man, my... Ah, okay, there it is. Where is, cactuses? Oops. Let's try that. But yeah, the scythe will get fixed. I did probably buff it too much. I mean, I probably did nerf it too much. I bought these chips that they're like kettle chips, but they're also salt and vinegar, and they like cut out my mouth so badly. I have so many sore. I have one really bad sore on my mouth now. I don't think I'm ever buying those chips again. It's like right on my gums. The problem is I really love vinegar. Salt and vinegar. Such a good chip flavor. But yeah, that killed my mouth. Do, do, do. Holy build time, what did I change? Oh, I upgraded, which probably pulled in a new constraints, I guess, and I had to rebuild everything. Love it. What's up, Matt Dev? Yeah. Yeah, the game's called Mythfall. You can actually play it in your browser at mythfall.com if you want. If you want to try it out. But I'm building right now, so if you just want to see it, you can keep a lookout. Once this full rebuild finishes. It's a lot of packages. How long we're working on this? Like 3.5 years, maybe close to 4 years now. I've probably written like 200,000 lines of code for this. But my main game app package is 100K. Like this module, like with this Git repo is 100K. But then I wrote a rendering library, I wrote like an ECS library, and I wrote a networking library because it's an online game. Oh yeah, decorations. I'm gonna get rid of these green ones, I think, and just do more bones. Yeah, it's come a long way. You should see my, I don't know if you follow me on YouTube, but I have some of my older YouTube videos from when I first started this a long time ago. And yeah, like the game compared to then to now it's crazy how much it's changed. The amount of time I played Mythfall is crazy. How many hours do you have? You can look in here. But yeah, that rebuild was extra long just because I did like basically go get like the go get dash u dot slash dot dot dot. Yeah, I'll get rid of these green grass placements and we'll do more bones instead. 30 days? Oh my gosh. Can you add display of hours next to time in parentheses? Next to time. Like this? This is how long the account's been like logged in. So this one's been 4 days, 12 hours and 40 minutes. OpenGL seems pretty cracked to learn. Yeah, it's pretty helpful. You can look at learnopengl.com and they have pretty good tutorials. That's what I did all of my things off. I opened the stream because it looked interesting. I just realized I watch a few of your YouTube videos. Oh, nice, dude. Didn't realize you stream too. Yeah, occasionally I will. Like a couple times a week I'll stream. Like how Steam does it, 200, 300. Yeah, I guess I could do it just in hours. I mean, I guess to get hours, you just multiply this by 24. But like 4 days would be 24 times 4 hours. Most gamers like to see it in raw hours. Yeah, I guess I did it this way because this is how old school RuneScape does it. Thank you, Sagar, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Is this multiplayer? Yeah, I use WebRTC. I use the Peon WebRTC package, which is pretty good. And I wrote a little like wrapper package which wraps WebRTC with a netcon, like the typical Go interface, the netcon one. It's called, I think the package is called like RTC9, I think. Yeah. So I use this for networking. But it's like, I don't, this actually might be really out of date. But yeah, you just like, it's like rtcnet.dial, but it's for, this is for client server connections, right? It's not for client to client, which is the typical, like WebRTC use cases peer to peer. This is for like WebRTC for client to server. So you need to be at 108 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely do it just in hours. It's actually easier because you have to like convert the time into days, and then like however many days you're able to use, and then how many leftover hours you have, you know? So conversion's easier, just converting it straight to hours. Are pets always going to be purely cosmetics, or will they do anything, or will they ever do something? Eventually they will do something. Right now they're just cosmetic though. What I want to do is I want to do like you know those Punnett squares you learn in biology class? I want to do something like that for pets and have like, here's my idea. You all have, but this also, I need to add like, items need to have the ability to add on pieces of data to them, which is really hard because then items are no longer stackable. They're no longer like non-fungible, or sorry, they're no longer fungible. So I would only do this for specific things, I think, but it's like a whole rewrite of the item system. But what I was thinking is I would have like a color associated with it. This would be like the base sprite. It would have some ability associated to it. What it is, like a slime, for example, or a scorpion pet. And then color, pet, type, and then ability. Maybe 2 abilities or something. Maybe ability and like stat boost, I don't know. You'd have like 4 things, and then those could be, you could like merge pets to take randomly one of each, you know? So just like roll a dice and take one or the other. That was my idea, at least. It's not really like totally together yet, but that's kind of that's what I might do. But yeah, right now they just follow you around. So. Thank you, Imam, for the follow. Appreciate it. I started learning Golang like 6 months ago. I love it so much. Yeah, it's a pretty nice language, to be honest. It is very simple. There are some times when I'm like, man, it would be nice if it just let me do this one other thing, but it's not bad. That is every language, yeah, for sure. And I definitely don't want to use a language where you can like program your own language features. Like I think Rust lets you do that, but I don't want the temptation. Though I did have to do some code generation in my project. I see entities. Have you considered Unity ECS? I wrote my own ECS library that I use for all of my entities, managing all my entities. Which is probably like very similar to how the Unity ECS works. I did like a very standard like approach. I did an archetype based one. Very similar to what's it called? Sanders Martin's. What's the one he wrote? It's called, oh, it's so bad I cannot remember this. Yeah, we'll get rid of grass placement, and I'm gonna do bones instead. Flex, that's what it's called. Yeah, flex. I wish go out enums. Oh yeah, I would love enums. Enums would have made serializing stuff so much simpler. Or like, I guess when I say enums, I really mean like tagged unions. But yeah, that stuff, that would be really helpful. I would love that. Even just basic C enums would be great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of the time the IOTA thing is good enough for enums for me. I really just want to be able to have like multiple types packed into the same segment of data, if that makes sense. Why Unity ECS still doesn't support animations in WebGL? Does it not support WebGL? That surprises me. ECSs are very like non-dependent. Like I think my ECS library doesn't depend on literally anything. Like I don't think it depends on even standard library Go functions. Like I don't have to import anything else. So I'm surprised that they depend on much, if anything at all. Which makes me think it'd be really easy to compile to WebGL. This might be totally off topic for me, but just wanted to know, how difficult was it to get Golang running in the browser? It's very easy. There's sorry, my cat's gonna bump into this microphone a few times. Golang WebGL, did you say WebAssembly or, oh, you just said running in browser. Yeah, it's pretty easy. There's like whole, like this is a whole tutorial on doing it. It's like, this would be like your hello world, for example. Then you just have to load in, they have a shim layer between the WebAssembly and JavaScript. And they do this, like they load your, this is what you would compile the WASM to. Like your Go code would get compiled to WebAssembly here. Then it would just call run on that, which would call the main function here. And then you can pretty much write regular Go. There's a few caveats, but in general, that's all you have to do. I can send you this link. WASM stands for WebAssembly. I feel like Unity is pretty bad. I think what happens with a lot of game engines especially, but also like just in general framework type stuff, is they often get very, very, very bloated, which makes things that are really easy end up becoming really hard because they have to support such a wide variety of features. Whereas like I was able to just like create like a really simple renderer and like build whatever I want on top of that, you know? No limitations on concurrency like stuff. Will Go routines and stuff even run across multiple thread web workers? Yeah, that is one of the limitations in WebAssembly is there's only one thread you run on. There might be some way to do multiple threads with web workers, but it's not going to be like standard Go routines. And then one side effect of having a single thread that you run on is the garbage collector now is no longer concurrent, or it's concurrent. It's no longer going to get run in parallel though. So if you have a long garbage collection freeze time, it's gonna hitch your rendering frame for your game, which if you're not doing a video game, it might not be a big deal, but does it not compile to WASM GC? I thought WebAssembly didn't have GC. I'm not familiar with what WASM GC is, I guess. It uses the Go garbage collector though. But yeah, you're at the mercy of a single thread because Go does a concurrent mark and sweep. It does for all garbage collected languages. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Go does, but at least the last time I tested, the garbage collection time is a lot larger for browser. Yeah, you can't rely on the Go GC to run. I was going to make a MapleStory type browser MMO game. It is fun. Browser games are fun in general. They're super low entry point. There's a new standard. It's very new. I guess official standard was released 1 month ago. Oh, okay. I'm sure that they will eventually move towards it, but I'm pretty sure it's implemented internally. Because I think what they do is they reserve like a big chunk of WebAssembly memory and they just do everything inside of that. But WASM stands for WebAssembly. Okay, I think this is decent though. It is a lot of bones, and there's a little bit of green, so that's okay. Okay. I'm working on a browser real-time card game right now, but not using like OpenGL or anything like that. It's just using WebSockets and normal browser APIs. Oh, nice. Yeah, WebSockets is good. It's a good standard. I only use WebRTC because it's a little bit more real-time. There's less like lag spikes, or I would say the height of the lag spikes is lower for WebRTC than it is for WebAssembly. If the WebRTC resolves to UDP, I guess. Backend is all Golang and frontend is just React. Oh, that's cool. Card games are fun. I played a lot of Slay the Spire, which is a fun one. I played a little bit of, what's that one game? The World of Warcraft one, Hearthstone. Just wondering, did you ever try to get microphone input or something working? Like say you wanted to implement voice chat, do you think it'd be hard or easy? I haven't looked into that at all. I'm not sure. But it's probably, sorry, my cat's laying on my keyboard. There's probably some JavaScript API you have to call that does everything for you. And then you have to, as long as you follow that, it probably works. Mostly. There's always going to be some browser incompatibility you have to deal with, but in general, it should probably do fine. Yeah, my main issue has been basically, let's say one player picks a card, there seems to be a lot of lag in between the client of the server and the action, and the server having to look up, insert, update stuff into the game table and database. All that just takes time. To make it more in memory, need to figure out latency problems. Yeah, the nice part with card games though is that they don't have to be like that real time, you know? Like you should be able to easily do that within like a couple hundred milliseconds, I feel like. Like my game's very particular because there's a lot of bullets flying around and all of the systems all have to agree of like which bullets hit what things. And the bullets move real time, so everything has to agree on like some kind of real-time simulation. Just curious about your connection code then. What do you say? If you say you use WebRTC, you're probably calling JS APIs, right? Or is that connection logic in Go? I use a wrapper package called Peon WebRTC in Go, and that abstracts all of the WebRTC stuff from me, and I just use that. If I wouldn't have implemented my own WebRTC implementation. It's just too complicated. So. But now there's a web transport, I think it's called, which is probably what I'll eventually move to once it's more broadly supported. Learning project, so, oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, Peon works in WebAssembly, yep. Yeah, I use, what's it called? Peon WebRTC. Yeah, I use this. I mean, like, this is a big... these are big packages, and there's, like, several big packages in this org. WebRTC, Turn, DTLS. There's one more, like data channels or something like that. So there's, like, quite a lot here. What's it called? Hold on. So I wrote this. This is like my client server WebRTC wrapper that I use for Mythfall. So is the difference between WebRTC and WebSockets is that RTC is peer-to-peer and WebSockets is just an authoritative server. The typical use case for WebRTC is for like peer-to-peer video or audio calling. Like that's what the original case was. So for people doing like Google or like Skype type things in browser, they would use WebRTC to like call their friends. The advantage of using WebRTC over WebSockets is that WebRTC uses UDP for networking, or it can use UDP for networking when it resolves the connection. And UDP will just lets it do like there's just problems with TCP where the main problem with TCP is there's this thing called head of line blocking where like if one packet gets frozen or gets lost or something like that, then the receiving end has to say like, hey, send this one again, and then everything else gets blocked. Whereas UDP and WebRTC on top of that, they'll add some reliability layer on top of it. But UDP is just like, here's a packet, here's a packet, here's a packet. So if this one gets lost, like you can get the one after it. So it's a little bit lower latency because of that. Or like if there's a lag spike, it's going to be a lower lag spike usually. That's like a super simplified version, but yeah, it's usually for video and audio. Like that is the use case for WebRTC. So what I'm doing is not a very standard use case. Why did you call it Mythfall? I just thought it sounded cool. All right, let's look at this diff. These are our new monsters. We moved that monster. We did some decorating. Okay. All right, we'll add that one. But sometimes WebRTC is not supported. I fall back to WebSockets in that case. WebRTC is kind of a pain though. So I don't recommend it unless you really need it. What do we do next? We could work on this boss, or I could work on the Halloween arena. Let's look at our to-do list. We also have some snakes to make. I might do the red bee as well. Like there's some more mobs to do, I guess, as well. Spooky season, yep. I feel bad doing the same Halloween event that I did last year, but it does work. I could do new, what's it called as well? New cosmetics. What you doing, Trunks? Do you want to put the snakes here? Let's go run around the different desert biomes. I just want to see which ones feel too boring. What's that? Go check it out. I thought I was in the desert. This one I want to add a beetle to though. So it's just not as many scorpions. I already have the beetle drawn. I just need to animate it. The worm one we already looked at. Sunscript, what does this have in it? We have the skeleton. The mummies. Oh yeah, we have the priest guy. The smaller mummies. And this big guy. Oh, we also have the Jinn, don't we? So maybe what we do need to do is add more stuff to the worm. We need more like elite type monsters in the worm biome. Let's do let's work on this dungeon though, this dungeon boss fight. I think what I'm gonna do is just have a single room dungeon though. I'm trying to think of all the stuff we have to do for it though. What are we doing for Halloween? Probably Vespers Carnival. All right, Dustbrow Dungeon. We need to do multi-piece mobs. I think what I'll do, I think this is what the design is going to be. Maybe I should draw it out. I think what the entity is going to be is there'll be, these are all going to be entities, right? Or like what we want to have is we want to have like a snake, right? And there'll be like the head that everything else follows. And I think what I'll do is this entity just needs to point to a different one. And then each of these will have a health bar. And if this one gets killed, so they'll all have colliders, they'll all be like regular monsters. But their behavior is just going to be like follow the one in front of you. And then if this one dies, then this link will get broken because he'll try to look up at where his parent is and won't be able to find it. And then he will just become a new head. He'll just become a head. This is like the original head though. Then there will be two of them. I feel like that works. I feel like that's super extendable as well. It's either that or it's like this pattern is required regardless, I think. Sorry, this pattern is required if I want to do the splitting thing into multiple heads. If I don't want to do that though, I could just have a single head and I could have like the collider component. Like these all will have a collider attached to them. These are all entities. They don't need to be networked then. But their collider will just roll the damage up to this one, this health bar. So really I have to decide if I want to have it split or not, or just have the damage bubble up. I don't know. Do you guys think it's important that it splits? I like the split better, but makes the I like split better. It'd make a more fun boss fight. Yeah. It's either that or it's all the colliders end up just bumping up to one health bar. Could have it combined with the one above. If it dies, it's killing the tail off. Yeah, I mean, what I can do is like remove this one once he loses like the first like 10% or something. So like he has 10 body sections, I guess, and he just shrinks in size when he gets lower health. So he gets smaller and faster or something. I don't know. I'm very tempted. I'm very tempted to do it this way just because it's lower networking cost. Because then I only have to network the head. I like the splitting heads like a Hydra. I mean, I could also do... Like, I can still split it. But it would be like here's this one big worm. Right? And then you kill it, it dies, and it turns into like two smaller ones. So like that's still possible. It's just not as it's not that it's just a matter of whether or not each section has its own health bar or not. If each section has its own health bar, I have to network each section because everyone has to know about what the health is for each one. I prefer each section having its own health bar. All right. All right. Well, I guess we'll start with that then. It's definitely like more unique. I wonder if I can separate the behaviors though. No, I don't think I really can. Because I have to server side all of the movement if I I mean, I could pull the common code to common section, but I have to do it client side for this version. Then I'd have to have each of the AI sections would have to. So I'd have a head, which. So I'm just thinking how this is gonna program. Ow, I just bit my lip. I'd have to have a behavior that's like act as a head until you don't have or look to see if you have a parent and act as a body. But if you don't have a parent, then act as a head. Which I don't think is that complicated. So there's probably just a state check and a state transition, depending or not if you have a parent, this type of parent or not. Okay. Those fights in Terraria are some of my favorites. All right, just for you. Okay. The nice part about this though is I could do, I'm just trying to think of how to make this extendable. It makes it nice because I can also do things like this where I have like some like parent monster and he just has like a bunch of children that follow him at like far distances, you know? Like this is the programmatic equivalent to like a snake. They don't have to be like connected segments, you know? They could just be like, here's Santa Claus and here's like a bunch of elves or something. You know what I mean? Like there's a bunch of stuff you can do with that. Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. Thank you, Grid Warrior, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. And Albed, thank you as well. That'd be cool for a mob in Misty Mountains, yeah. Orc captain and a bunch of orc soldiers, true. Yeah, I guess this is a good thing to have because then I could also do like a shield guy and have like these guys cluster behind it or something like that. Like a shield orc or something. I'm just trying to think of how I would write this function. I'm also trying to think of how the use case works here. Because you kill the head, then this would become the head. But you kill Yeah, like I guess we'll just have to feel it out. I think once we start coding this, it'll become more apparent of like how we want to program this. Because it's like you can look up your parent, and then it's a matter of like what data do you track about your parent? Do you track like a ring buffer of like all of their positions and just loop through it to like follow them perfectly? Or do you do some kind of like interpolation thing where like I'm over here, but I want to like move to that, and then you kind of like it snakes around just because of that? I'm not sure. Yeah, you kill the tail, nothing happens. Yeah. I think it's doable. All right, let's program it, I guess. I'm probably gonna make the dungeon first, and then I'm going to do the boss. And it's probably just gonna be a single room dungeon. Because I feel like that's kind of unique. We don't have anything like that. Let me get my water though, because I'm kind of thirsty and I ran out of this thing. Yeah, dude, come on. Sorry, one cat bullies the other cat. Alright. There's always a strat of, do you want to aim for the head or the tail? Go for the riskier play of aiming for the body. Oh yeah. You know, I think I like this idea. I don't think it's that much harder to implement. I just think it's more networking bandwidth. But not by a lot. It's just that if I have like a 10 segment body, then I have like 10 monsters that all need to be clustered together. But that's not too bad. Okay. We need a name for this. See what ChatGPT can think of. I have a dungeon. One big worm inside of it. Think of some names. Okay. Yeah, let's start doing this though. We'll do I thought I had dungeons in here or something. Oh, it's in level, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, we need to do another level type. The Shifting Tunnel, Hollow of the Great Worm, Devoured Path, Subterranean Coil, Molting Pit, Tunnel of Tremors, The Churning Deep, The Crawling Hollow, Sand Desert Link, The Dune Maw, Cavern of Shifting Sands. I feel like if I called it that, I'd have to put in some kind of sand shifting mechanic. Sand Eater's Den. That's kind of cool. Sand Eater's Burrow. How about that? Sand Eater's Burrow. It's kind of a long name. I could call it Silted Burrow as well. The problem is that biome is called Dust Burrow. Sand Eater's Lair. Sand Eater Lair. Oops. Abyss, Waste, Sand Eater Waste, Expanse, Sand Eater's Expanse. Vault of the Tremor God, Catacomb of the Worm, Catacomb, Sand Eater Catacomb. I prefer Silted Layer. Gosh, the LSP is trying to compile this. Sand Eater's Catacomb is kind of long. Silted Layer. I kind of like Silted Layer. Calling it Sand Eater Layer just sounds too generic. It does a little bit. I like Sand Eater. I think that needs to be one word. But yeah, Sand Eater sounds pretty basic. It's like, okay, what is a worm? Well, they eat sand. I guess it's a Sand Eater. The Undermaw, Burrow Reach, Crawl Spire. I kind of like Silted Layer. Or Silted Catacomb. Silted Tomb. Let's do Silted Layer. I think I kind of like that. Munchy Sands. All right, we'll do Silted Layer. It's part 3. This poor guy. Somebody save him. I always forget to do achievements. All right, we have our level. We have our Horned Labyrinth, Silted Layer. Yes. What if it was Silted Burrow? The problem the reason I don't like Burrow is because the biome is called Dust Burrow. Dust Burrow, Dunes or something. I'd rather it be like a little bit unique, I guess. Hold on, we'll do this. To do items. Let's just go ahead and make a list because I'm gonna forget unless I do it, unless I make a list. I need like a dungeon creation checklist so I don't forget this stuff. Let's see. Silted layer. We need to do achievements. Slash, what were they called? Titles. Achievements titles. We need to do item tracker. Item drops. All right, let's what is that? What else do we have? Let's add calm really quickly. Thank you, RDG, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I'm like 90% sure I'm the only who holds the curator title achievement. You actually might be. I don't think many people have it. All right, we have item drops. We have. We'll do the. I mean, the decorations is kind of a obvious. Wall generator. Actually, I think this is going to be the correct wall. So this might be the wrong wall type, but decoration generator. We'll have to redo this. But that's part of doing the dungeon. Level generator. We'll have to do hallway. Yeah, hallways. We'll get rid of the top hallway. We need to do music. Music. Let's call it. What did I call it? Silted layer. Yeah, we need loot. We'll have to do the boss. Let's see here. We have our loot. Loot. I think we'll do no monsters. Once the game comes out, I'm about to speedrun back up to curator. One idea I like is the one idea that was one tree in the entire sphere is able to be talked to, sort of thing. Oh, you should add Easter eggs. That once found gives secret titles. Okay. So there's like one tree that you have to like interact with. It could be interesting. Kind of random, but what if you did like a armor stand type thing where you could place put in your base and display cosmetic armor and weapons? I actually do like that idea. Actually, I even have like a drawing in concept. I think it's in here. Yeah, something like this was supposed to be like you would take your, oops. I don't know, but you could like put like the hat, for example, on top of this, and like this would hold like a chest piece. What's it called? Had that in their game. Core Keeper has that. I do like the idea, and I do want to have more like interesting types of storage things, but right now we just have the chest and the, what's it called? The chest and the other thing. The chest and the library thing. Giant arch. This? Or this? This one? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, trying to do like a moon door. I don't remember what it was for, but I was trying to do a moon door at one point. Giant arch go burr, yeah. I actually think I have a way I could do this too. I think I could chunk it out into 2 sections, have one like this, then have one be this. That way it's 2 different colliders and there's a gap between them. Or make it in 3 points, you know, like 1 section there, 1 section here, then have a middle section that just floats. But anyways. What else? Oh yeah, all right, back to this. This is not called Horned Labyrinth, this is called, let's look for Horn. We'll look for Labyrinth. This is a 3, yeah. Let's do instead of this sort of layout for the dungeon, we'll do a single room layout. Nothing else matters because it's just a single room. Don't I have calm? What is this in? It's in calm. Oh, whoops, this is supposed to be up here. There we go. All right, hallways. We don't have hallways. I think one room's fun though, because you enter in and immediately you're kind of in the action. The only downside is you spawn in and the worm is like right in the middle of the room. But whatever. If you die, you die. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. If you die, you die. If you die and lose all your items, you die and lose all your items. All right, we'll have to make a monster. Silted layer, we need to make a portal. Let's go to portals. Oh, Horned Labyrinth. Body, portal, silted layer. Let's draw that really quickly. If Yoon has that attitude, rip Mythfall players. Yeah, I'm just messing though. I'm trying to make things more fair. There's a few boss fights I need to redo, like the Scarab. What made you decide to make Mythfall? I really like online games. I really like making online games. And this is gonna sound weird, but it seemed like an easy type of online game to make, but it's actually kind of hard. Online games are just hard to make. I don't know. But now that I know all of what I know, it would have been way easier if I started right now. Content, it takes the longest though, by far. Like the technical problems are like so much, in retrospect, the technical parts are were such a small portion of what the entire game is, you know, so. Do you guys just want this to be a hole, like a hole in the ground portal? Or does that not stick out enough, you think? Yes, hole in the ground, all right. We'll try to be unique for this one. All right. Oops. I want to move this up to like there. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna delete this base. Let's go right from the anchor point and we'll just go out. I want to do this though, yeah. Like that maybe. Can I just do outline, click on the inside? Perfect. Oh, and then I want to do... I need like a dirt color. We'll have to redo the animation too, probably. I'm just gonna hide this for now. Let's go, I'm gonna say 80. Just so we have room. All right, buddy, take care. I wonder if I could do a square. No, that won't look good. Let's do a circle. Or I mean an oval. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go down one. Just because of perspective. Things are always wide. When you're looking down at them, things are wider than they are deep. All right, let's start here. Cool. It's weird because it's almost looking like it's... This should almost be a darker color, huh? Hold on, let me do this. Yeah, that looks better. Let's see what this looks like if I lighten this one side. I might do it. I don't know. Let's undo that. We'll lighten around this edge. That looks pretty good. Now it looks kind of like a pool almost. That's maybe too much of a pool. We'll just do the one. All right. I think I want to do this though. Yeah, that looks better. And it's just beveled by like 1, which I think looks a lot nicer. All right, let's do the animation now. I'll do a circle like this, which I could probably do in 3. Have you ever played Mythfall, like play without kits? Yeah. You read Ace directly from your engine? No, I have a script that exports all of my Ace sprite files to individual, like it kind of it exports all the Ace sprite files to like a sprite sheet essentially. So I export them all the individual things, and I have a packing program that packs them all into one big sprite sheet that looks like this. So I generate animation files like JSONs from the sprite sheet or from the Sprite file. Then I generate one really big sprite sheet file like this that has all of the artwork in it. And then I have a big JSON which says like, oh, this sprite is this location on the texture. Yeah. You kind of have to do texture atlasing when you're doing OpenGL. All right, we'll do this. Let's open that up. One, two, 1, 2, 3. Let's do this. Uh-oh. Hold on. All right, I'm just gonna outline it manually. Is it fun making Mythfall, or is it more time consuming? No, I enjoy making it. There are times when I'm like, when all I have to do is stuff that I don't really want to do, and I don't really enjoy that part of it, but... Or there's times when like I do something so much that get a little bit tired of it. Outside. Like, for example, designing mobs is fun, but it gets a little old sometimes. Like when you're on your like 100th mob that you've made in like a short period of time, it's like, golly, I have to draw another like variant of this one monster and like give it a whole new behavior, and yeah. Or like coming up with tons, like it's coming up with like the amount of quantity that you need to have in a game is the exhausting part, for me at least. Let's break it into 3 portions. We'll do that. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Let's do that. How do I do this? I want to like move it further, but I can't just like rotate it, you know? I guess I'll just delete like 4. I'll delete 4 here, and I'll add 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that'll be 1. Is the map finalized, or are you gonna add like any new biomes in the future, like new areas? Yeah, I mean, have you seen the, I guess maybe you weren't here when I talked about the plan, but let's go to here. Oops, that's the old one. Yeah, but like this is what the old map used to be, right? Like this was one big biome, this whole light section. Then this was one big biome. Then this was one big biome. But what we're doing is splitting up every biome into 3. So now these are 3 different biomes. This is 3 different biomes. This is 3 different biomes. This is going to become 3 different biomes. Yeah, so this will become 3 different biomes. And I'll probably add one more tier 5 biome. And that'll be the end of the map, probably, for the first draft map. But eventually I'll make more maps and stuff like that, and more regions and stuff. But just in terms of what I have, I want 3 biomes per difficulty level. That's what I'm going for. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so those will all get new sections. The upper ones, the tier 4 and tier 5 areas will. And then maybe I'll add like one more. One. We'll go like there. We'll do one more. I'm gonna go to like here probably. All right, let's do these ones next. Go to like there. To here. I might go further out, like there maybe. Take that out. I'm gonna take all of this out. I'm building an Naruto game, but gosh, I'm getting tired. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. It's gonna take breaks though. I mean, if you're working on a long game and you want to take a bit of time off to do something else, it's totally reasonable, I think. That might have been too many, but we'll try this. That was too many, I think. I think this one to this one's too big of a jump. I guess I could do one more. Tier 6 trust. You wanted tier 6? Or you want more tier 6? I was looking forward to having 6 different 5 skill biomes. I know the late game is a little bit like how I need it to be is I need like I want the amount of content to like expand like this. Like that's your tier 1 content. There's your tier, or sorry, that's your tier 0 content. That's your tier 1, tier 2. There's more. Tier 3. There's more. Tier 4. There's more. Tier 5. There's more. It's like I want once you get to the next area, there to be like more stuff to do, if that makes sense. Like more monsters, more biomes and stuff like that. But the baseline I'm looking for is probably more like this. Where like the content is just going to be higher quality for the upper biomes. Where like, for example, the Moonlit Shoals like jellyfish boss fight is like pretty simple. But like the boss fights for the tier 1 biomes is a little bit more complicated, a little bit more complicated, a little bit more complicated. But it's still like the same amount of content. But then what's going to happen is I'm going to like be like, okay, that's enough for like this section. Like that's pretty good. And then like I'll just slowly keep like layering on. I think probably like this. That's my idea, at least. All right, let's just do one more, I guess. I know Christmas is 2 months away, but are candy canes gonna be usable because I have 6 left? What about Undercourt? I noticed you removed it from the roadmap. No, Undercourt's gonna come back. The Undercourt right now, I think someone even complained recently because it disappeared or something like that. The reason it disappeared is because it's an entrance to a dungeon, but you can't enter the dungeon yet. That'll be a something I had before launch, but it's also up in this like upper area. It's gonna be like a very hard, very complicated dungeon. That's my idea, at least. I do this. Honestly, W hole in the ground. It's still snapping. I hate animating loops. Because there's always like one thing that's like too big of a jump or too small of a jump or something like that. This just goes too far? No way. This needs to get to like here. I don't remember. I'm just gonna do that. Are you gonna make a way to change your name in game? Yeah, I will. I don't know what I'm doing. That's good enough. Okay. Do I do yellow? What color? Orange blends into the brown too much, I think. I'm gonna leave it. Are you good at Mythfall? Not as good as most people, or not as good as the best players in the Discord. Like, there's lots of people way better than me. Like, I don't think I could. It would be like very hard for me. I have to get like pretty lucky to do like some of the hardest dungeons in the game. How I do them though, because I can't just sit there and like do the entire like Chamber of the Awakened or something like that. Maybe I can now because things have been made a lot easier since the last time I've tried it, but So what I do is I do it by phases, and I try to no hit individual phases. How is this gonna work in depth wise? Nice carpet. It's supposed to be a portal. Man, it looks so bad. The portal animation looks so terrible. Is it stopping? Did I control Z through something? It's a little choppy, but that's good enough, I guess. Maybe you can add some wiggle to the yellow inner border. Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about it right now, but I might change how the animation looks in a bit. What's up, Ginger Dev? How's it going? I am making a new dungeon, so I'm making the portal for the dungeon. The dungeons I don't have clear on is the Awakened. Yeah, it's a pretty tough one. It's also very long. But yeah, I think it was a good design. I think it was a fun design. Show you? I don't have the dungeon put together, but the idea is gonna be this. It'll be one big room, and then I'm gonna make this snake monster that is like composed of like separate bodies that connect together. And what'll happen is like there'll be a head that all of them follow, and if this one dies, like this piece of the body gets killed, then it'll split into two heads that have bodies that follow it. But it's just gonna be one room with the guy zooming around. But we have a portal now, at least. What engine are you using for the game? I have I wrote a custom engine in Golang. I'm just gonna take this one, Horned Labyrinth. We need to make this silted layer boss 0 map.gob. I'm gonna copy Horned Labyrinth. What distro? I use Arch. I use Arch and GNOME. I always used to tell people I use GNOME 3, but I guess I use like one of the latest ones. Oh, you're one of those guys? Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I guess, allegedly. How long have you been working on it? Like 3 years, probably. 3.5, maybe. Maybe close to 4. Let's see. Thank you, yeah. It's come a long way. If you go to my YouTube, you can look at some of the earlier videos on my channel, and you'll see how far it's gone. Did you know AWS is down all morning? It's still down. I was aware that it was down. I don't use AWS though, so. I know level type 26. I probably need to regenerate something. Yeah, I'm surprised it's still down. We used it at where I work, so I'm bored. I came here to watch you. Oh, nice. Those are the best days when Amazon messes up and nobody can do anything. Yeah, I mean, you can put it in the, there's a channel for show and tell. Where is it? If you go to general, you can put it into, or no, not general, programming. You can put it in the show and tell channel. You're welcome to. Yeah, did they ever find out why AWS is down? Like, what was the thing? Or I'm sure there'll be some big like write-up about it. I'm just curious what the cause was. Can't believe I've been watching it for 2 hours. Yeah. Glad you stuck around for so long. Jeez. The thing was DNS issues? Oh, really? It's just 5 days. Functionality still needs creating. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. That's crazy. DNS is pretty complicated though. I've messed up my website like once or twice just from DNS. Based on our investigation, the issue appears to be related to DNS resolution of DynamoDB API endpoint in US East 1. Interesting. I'm sure somebody's gonna get in trouble. All of US East dropped because of DynamoDB? What went down? Only DynamoDB, or because services depend on DynamoDB, like all of them went down? Yeah, I know it's DNS prevented people from talking to Dynamo. Hold on. Oh, I'm not registering this one. That's why. It's because US East 1 holds authentication services for AWS. Oh, I see. Yeah. They discovered it because of Dynamo. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering if like if like all internal AWS services depend on Dynamo in some way and they all were prevented from talking to Dynamo, so then nothing works now. Yeah, it can be hosted anywhere else, and because it's interconnected with those services, everything got dropped. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy that they have a single point of failure like that. I get that it's hard to not have those, but like the entire point of why people split their services across AZs is for that reason. So now you like split your thing across AZs and then it doesn't even matter. Silly. Do 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 do. It's a pretty blatant mistake. When we realize the cloud is a bunch of bare metal steel computers running on Virginia. Yeah. What's up, Jen? How's it going? Yeah, I saw because my Robinhood was down this morning. I guess Robinhood runs on AWS. Where is it? Silted. There it is. On-call engineerings. Oh, it's Diwali too. Aw. Thank you, Glitchson, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I guess India's asleep though right now. But I'm sure Amazon gets pretty busy during holidays like that, just in general. Oh, I'm hitting C like I'm an ace brightness. Gonna let me change my grid, my canvas. Let's do 48. I'm gonna do 48 by 32, 36. Let's just do dirt. A lot of companies like ours don't have an SLA contract with their customers. Tens of thousands of Indians AWS employees aren't sleeping. Yeah. Yeah, like you can't go after AWS for messing up, but your customers can get mad at you because you have a service, an SLA with them. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm sure Robinhood probably has an SLA with AWS. Robinhood just seems way too big. It's funny, AWS core services require US East 1 to work. So much more. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just saying before you showed up. I was like, people put their stuff in different AZs for exactly this reason. Dun, 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 dun. Sucks to suck. Are you using Robinhood after scandals? Because they do they're like the lowest commission. Are you talking about the what's it called? The are you talking about order flow? Payment for order flow? Or like which scandal are you talking about? Or the GME one? I'm not into like meme stock trading, so I don't care about the GameStop stuff. So lesson learned, whenever I make my company, I'll have SLA contract with my customers that say something like, if the service is unavailable due to external reasons, AWS shutting down or unavailability on their end, we're not responsible. Suck it, nerd. Yeah. Wait, oh, I don't, it's probably not, no, it should have the boss. Oh, it's because there's one room. It's not a boss room though. Principal more than anything, Robinhood just seems like a broker operating out of garbage though. Yeah, I just use them because they have like 0 commissions on options. Is this a multiplayer game like an MMO? Yeah. Yep. Where's the room layout? Single room layout. Options are so normalized in the US compared to Europe. Nobody does options warrants here. Oh, really? European options are different than US options too. You can't exercise them early in Europe. Oh, it's because it's not, it's registered as a spawn room. I guess I could make it. Boom, boom, boom. I really don't have a single boss room dungeon. Let's just make one, I guess. I'll call it spawn, whatever. We have a series of funny 10x leverage products with insane fees that can be hilarious if you're a gambler. Oh, really? Wait, what are they? But you don't go into debt if you get struck by lightning with those. I don't know if Robinhood's very Follows the price of an underlying by an in multiplier plus some fees. Interesting. Robinhood doesn't let you like do a lot with options. They won't let you like, they'll let you do spreads. That's as advanced as you'll get though. They won't let you do uncovered options though. Like they won't let you do naked shorts or sorry, like naked calls or puts, sell them. Is the link to one on Discord? Let's have a look. Bull bear certificate. What's the purpose of this? Oh, factor certificates offer a simple and efficient way to profit from stable price trends, be they rising or falling. They do so by leveraging the daily price performance of a so-called reference instrument. For example, a share or an index. This allows investors to participate disproportionately in the performance of this reference instrument. The factor remains constant, and so the investment is equivalent to reinvestment on a daily basis. Huh. Yeah, I haven't... 10x long. So it's just Apple with 10x the movement on the intraday. I'm the Japanese guy, but I'm actually from Argentina. The certificate is literally just a fancy derivative where your risk is capped at 100% of your investment. %1 for a 10% change. I gotcha. This might be too large. Yeah, I've never seen derivatives like that before. I wonder how they calculate the fees. Bum, bum, bum. I feel like they're a lot more predictable than options are, though. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know, because like, how would someone price what they're going to sell those at? It would have to be based off of volatility. Like, I guess it seems very similar to... It seems very similar to an option, so I assume it's priced very similar to an option. But I don't know. But it's weird that it's the same multiplier. I don't know what to call you. Hey, bro, I don't know what to call you. Sorry, I have an honest question. Sure, I'm happy to answer any questions. All right, let's do we need to make a new monster. We need a name for this guy, though. How do you plan to monetize your MMO? Because I plan to make an online game too, and I want to monetize it. I want some insight. Yeah, I mean, like the most I mean, I feel like there's just like the typical ways. You either do like a membership, you do a battle pass, you do expansions, or you do like predatory microtransactions, or some spectrum in between all of those. I'm either going to do a membership or I'm going to do expansions. It's not gonna be an MMO, but I might do it in the future. Yeah, I mean, it's not a, it's a very competitive sector, I'd say, for games. It's even especially competitive. Like single player games are probably the better way to make, if you're trying to make money. Once the worm boss splits into multiple heads, though, what would I call each head? Or would I just use the same name? I don't know. But I need a name for the file. Orath, Kael'grath, Thalner, Eater of Suns, Dang, Vorson, the Deep Hunger. These are ChatGPT names, by the way. The Maw Below, the Throat of the World, the Dust Feeder, Moltworm, Devourer in Silence, the Dune Eater, the Churning One, Ulgron, Devourer of Ages, Carethel. I'll write some of these out for you guys. I think if you sell the game, it will only last for a short time. Once somebody runs out, the game will die in a way that you need to pay the host with your pocket money, and that's wrong. Yeah, I mean, what I think you want to do, this is my opinion at least, you want to align your incentives with player incentives. So you want people to be paying for more content and better content, right? So like things like memberships are good for that, and things like paying for expansions are good for that. But things like microtransactions for power, I think incentivize the developer to make either more cosmetics, which doesn't make the game better for everybody, or it incentivizes the developer to make overpowered items and like milk people for money. And then expansions is also a good way to align incentives, I think, because now it's like, oh, people are paying for the next expansion. So if you don't make a good enough game expansion, then there's no reason for people to buy it, right? But it's a tough balance, so. Yeah, then don't make it pay to win. Make it like pay for content. I think I'm gonna do this one, Orath. Vorson. I think this one seems cool too. Orath seems cool. What do people like? Let me see if there's more. Wormheart, Gravemaw, Sandcoil. These are just like too generic. Ravkul. Vorgrin. That's kind of cool. Tremorath. Vorsen with one U. Vorsane. The Vor prefix is German. I feel like I wouldn't. I feel like I would want to do 2 U's if I did it. It seems more ancient that way. This one feels too orcish, I think. Everyone likes Vorsen? All right, we'll do that. Ah, shoot. I lost my spot. This is going to be kind of tricky. No, I don't think it'll be that bad, actually. We'll just start with 1 head and we'll slowly add the tails to it. I'm just going to do 1 state enter. I'm going to delete all the rest. We need to copy com. I wish there was a good library to read Godot assets externally. I want to parse a Godot nav mesh from Rust, for example. Oh, yeah. I ain't got no idea. Soulbound, taunt. We need to add health for this. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna do 1,000 health, I guess. Maybe 500. I don't know, we'll see. All right, we have vision, we have soulbound, we have the taunt. Oh, that's gonna be a tricky part. I don't know if I can do taunts. I don't know. Monster category worm. It's also a boss. Collider, we'll figure out the size for it. One type Vorthun. Do you guys like Vorthun better? Maybe. Let's do the head. I guess let's just copy like I'll just copy this one. I'll copy this one. No, I'll copy this one. Oops, let's delete layer. I don't think I need a run animation, do I? Do I need an idle? I don't think I need an idle either. This was my original design. Love it. Let's try to just take, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something like a head like this, probably. I think I can do that, and then I think I can do these like little side sections, and then have them just like overtwine. But we'll just do a head for now. Mob boss Vorsun. We need to change the name though. Rename. Head. Body Vorsun. Head. Mob boss. I might do Vorthun. Okay. This might be one of the first situations where I have to change the body type. Would it just be one body component? I don't know. This might become a head only. I'm not sure. It's also weird because I need to like spawn this with all of its... I guess I could just do one that spawns all of its tail children. Let's just see. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I'm not sure how the spawner is going to work for this. I might have it spawn an object that spawns the whole monster. That's also how I could do... Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. What I might do is I might have this be like just some container object that doesn't have a collider and maybe doesn't even have a body, and then all it does is spawn spawn and manage the whole fight. So everything ends up being a child of this. Dun, 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 dun. That could work. Then I could do taunts as well. And more phase type things also. That might be too large. We'll crank up the size to like 16. Oh, I don't think bodies can change dynamically. That's right. Oops. I'm gonna reverse the dungeons because we'll have to run this dungeon a bunch of times. Server, game server. What you doing, buddy? Oh, that's a better size. That's a pretty good collider size too, I think. I also need the body to rotate rather than mirroring, which is slightly unique. That's fine. What I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna have one big health bar for the entire fight. And then each piece, when it dies, it'll probably reduce the health on the bigger health bar. And then each one will have its own mini health bar. So really I need to add a component to this that tells it to spawn the boss fight. You need animated jaws. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the pieces together and then I'll do animations and make it look good. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Default bot vision. Vision. Yes, it needs vision. It needs soulbound. Doesn't need taunt. And then we just need to have like a special follow behavior. I don't know why my keyboard gets stuck like that. It happens a lot more than I would like at this point. How would I know if something's at a tail though? Because I feel like I need 3 parts. I need the head. Let's just put this there. Shoot. Buddy, you're pushing buttons. This guy just pushes my keyboard buttons. This might do better up here. My keyboard keeps getting stuck. Pans down to see the big fat cat. Hey Trunks, they're calling you fat, dude. You better lose some weight. That's it, show them your butt. That's what they deserve. That's what they deserve. Yeah, alright. He said you're not fat. He just said you're bulking right now. Bulking for winter. Getting ready for to hibernate. I feel like I need this for the body region. Oops. Is Polk gonna get a new personal best on the bench press? Oh, he's already maxed on that. Look at this guy. He's about to enter the world's strongest cat competition. Let me see how this looks. I'm gonna shrink this down by 1 on both sides. I feel like this is too pointy. I'm gonna do oh, I messed that up. Luna. Other cat's name is Luna. That's pretty decent. All right, let's see how this looks. Pieced together. Something like this. And where's the head? Perfect. Do 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 do. I guess without the tail, it's not that big of a deal. I feel like it adds a nice touch though, but I don't know. We'll just go ahead and do it. Rename my boss Vorson. Oops. Body. Tail. What did I have open? The body? Yeah, body. This one we can close. Here it is. Maybe there or something. All right, we have the body. And then we have the tail. Like there. All right, we'll try that. All right, let's make each 3 pieces of the different types of bodies. We've got the head, the body, we'll see how this looks. This won't get a category. I'm trying to think though. I don't think any of these would get categories because they're like components of one larger thing. I don't know. We'll work out the bugs later. Tail. Okay. I either need a component that's like generalizes spawning multiple children. Either needs to generalize spawning multiple children, or it needs to like just spawn exactly what I need for this one fight. But this is what would get spawned. Do the quick and dirty way first and generalize after. Yeah, I just don't want to, I just want to think about it for a little bit. Because it's like a very specific arrangement that I need. I have this like main object. And I need to spawn one head. And then in tails. And I need all of the tails to point upwards. And I need the top one to point to the head. Or really what I need to spawn is one, because each of the head and the tail is going to be the same object. So really I need to spawn 10 of the same object, but I need them to be linked properly. But then they all need to know this parent as well. I might just hard code it. Like, I feel like trying to embed this sort of logic inside of the config is just not worth it. Like, I just can't think I'd ever need this sort of like organization. I'm just gonna make a component that spawns like, that's parameters by like in, and then like what the object is. And this guy will have this component. And then they'll just spawn these 10, and I'll just hard code the fact that they all link upwards. I'll just spawn them all in the same spot. And then the head will naturally move outward, and then the tails will naturally follow. That's what I'm gonna do. Did you watch the Firebelly video? No, I didn't. What about main list of body parts, then position them according to the index? Doesn't matter if it's head or not. The head is the first one. You don't need to link them, I think. You need to consider where they are in the list. Well, I need them to be individual entities. Because if one dies, then the list will separate into two lists. So it's more like a linked list rather than like an array structure. Because earlier we decided to go with the... like if you kill this one, then it turns into like two snakes. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make a component that knows how to spawn them. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I'm just gonna make a component that's like yeah, whatever. I might change the name. Let's say snake children. Num children int. Okay, we'll do that. There might be some other stuff I need. I just can't think it through right now. Or I guess we can look at Mob Factory. We'll have to call Mob Factory to create these. We need monster type, not body type. Why would I think body? I think because I was just thinking of the bodies that I just made. But each of those would need to have their own. Yeah, so it'll just be a monster type. Funny hearing you vocalize the exact same thought process as Firebelly does in his video. Oh, really? Does his split as well? I was gonna do this is where we talked about it. I was like, oh, we could either have like a head and have each of these have their own health bar, and then when you kill this one, it splits into two, or I could just have one where the damage like bubbles up to upper level ones, or bubbles up to the top level head bar, and this is the only thing with the health bar. What we decided to do is make a bunch of each ligament, each like limb ends up being the same one. I don't exactly know how I'm going to interpolate the tails to each other, but I feel like I watched this video about procedural animation, and they just had like some constraints that they did for like minimum and maximums, and then they just had that do it. And it didn't seem like too complicated, so I was going to do something like that. I might watch this video later though. Ow. All right, buddy. Look at the code user for the chain movement. Yeah, I might do that. What's up, Nick? How's it going? Yeah. That's all we do here is Golang game dev, so you're in the right spot. Yeah, I probably will look to see how he does it, because that was the one thing that I wasn't sure about to do. It seemed like you would just be like, here's where I am, here's where my parent is. Always make sure the length is the same. But I guess I don't really know how that... Like, I don't know how I walk through that hierarchy and stuff. I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, this will be the component we make. Do I need this to be a component? Because it's more like a setup feature. What does it add to? Did you need to catch one of your streams live? Oh yeah. Well, you finally did it. Have you been watching the videos? Actually, speaking of those, I haven't made a video in a long time. Okay, that's the interface we need to implement. And then we'll do num children. We'll just do 10. Monster type. Would the head be different? No, I think it would just be I'm just gonna say limb. I don't know. And then each of these will either be a head or a body or a tail, depending on where it is in the hierarchy. By the way, I'm not sure if you're interested in connecting with other game dev content creators, but get a hold of me after stream if you are. All right, yeah. Yeah, I can look you up. All right. We'll have to do a special behavior for this, and also change the body depending on where it is in the hierarchy. But for now, let's just get the spawning thing working. I actually don't like this super. Yeah, I don't really like this that much. because I don't really have the information that I need to do this spawning. Like I need to do it externally. I can't really put it in this function. Because I need to look up the monster factory to build my monsters out of. Let's go ahead and I just need to double check how this operates. Not that one, this one, or not that one, this one. Get entity. Oh shoot, I want to go back and redo this. Hold on. This is for, oh, that's just for assets. All of those are just regular. And then we have, who calls this? Yeah, here's where we get that. I could embed this. Like rather than making this a component, I could put this into like the monster config database, and then it looks it up. That's typically what I do rather than making it a component. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll look at it. Is your ECS implementation relying on Godot interfaces with pointer allocations, or are you doing anything tricky to avoid boxing structs? I don't use Godot, I use Go. But I don't, not Godot, yeah. Typo, I gotcha. I do, yeah, I don't do boxing. I have this, I mean, you can look at my code if you're interested. It's this one. But I box my, or I don't box my components. In some situations I will, because I want their ID to be associated with them. But I have a storage where I hold them. And I do this like component list, this generic component list type, and then I'll do type assertions for it. So each component is packed like as tightly as possible based off of this component array. And then it gets indexed based off of this lookup list. So like the ID for the, this is the ID of the entity. And then this would be the list of all the components that are in that archetype. Yeah, a lot of my code's open source. You can just look at my GitHub if you were interested. Yeah. But yeah, I basically pack them as tightly as possible. I don't do any like boxing with them. But like in some situations I do have to box them because like you need to know like which component is which, you know? But it's more like an enumeration type boxing, you know, if that makes sense. Yeah. But I do archetype ECSs. Mine's not a sparse set. Very inspired by like Flex. But it works pretty well. It took a few tries. I started, the first time I wrote it was before Go had generics. I wrote it and it was a lot worse then. So once Go had generics, it was a lot easier to write. But also I had some like legacy ideas about it, which were not very good now that generics were there. So I had to rewrite, I had to like rethink it too. But the performance improved a lot once I had generics. All right, we won't make this a component. We'll make this, we'll put in the fab package with monster. Or no, Oh, it's with mob. Oh, mob asset. That's right. Oops. Oh, I don't do this at all, do I? I guess we can add it as a component. Let's look at mob factory again. Remember the good old days of crying about lack of generics? Yeah, for sure. I tried making ECS with Go pre-generics forever ago. Yeah, it was pretty rough. I don't remember how I did it. But yeah, it was pretty bad. Actually, I think I do. I think I generated everything. I think I generated like every single thing. And I had functions like, I had functions that were like right position, because I would just generate a function that would be like right and then position. And then it would do all of the stuff internally. So I'd like regenerate my whole ECS based off of a component list. And I actually still do some code generation for my ECS, but not as much. Yeah, this is kind of frustrating. I guess I could just do this sort of pattern where I write the component just as a regular component, and then I reinterpret it here, which is pretty reasonable. We'll just do that for now. That's where I landed too, yeah. Code generation is not bad, but it is kind of annoying. Especially for stuff where I like don't want to do it. Like I just want like a solution pre-made for me. But it is what it is, I guess. So we'll do this. We'll do int.insert. Yes. And then in here, in the mob factory, we'll have to reinterpret this component and do some logic based off of it. It'll be see, like for example, this is where this like int object is where I've done some boxing. Yeah, this doesn't depend on scomp. Okay, good. Snake setup. Yeah, so then we can do for I in range. Basically want to spawn this. I don't need I, do I? I might just track that here. It also makes iteration a pain because you have to factor in tooling from step 1. Yeah. Yeah, iteration's also challenging as well. I do like map functions. I don't do iterators yet in my ECS. Which is whatever. The map functions work fine. They work well enough. Like it's also very convenient to just pass a function to something and have it operate on every single entity of those types. Okay. I guess I'll treat this as a minion. All right, we'll do create minion, int, monster type, and then position. Or it's oh, can I even do this here? Because I passed the entity in. I wonder if I could make another command based off of that. I'm an iteration of approach. You have to factor in which pattern you chose looks like when you generate code for it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, code generation's a little bit rough, but I try to do it as at a minimum, but it's really nice for doing serialization code. And I also use it for implementing a few interfaces that I require for my ECS now. Or they're not required, but I use them. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could spawn off another... Like, this has access to the command queue, so I could spawn another one there. Yeah, I use it for all of my netcode serialization. All right, min int. I'll just say minion. And then we have the snake setup. Monster type, and then we'll just do the same position. Sorry, I'm just deciding how I want to gain access to the command queue. Like, what I do is this. So I could give myself access to the world, or I could pass the world in here rather than the entity. Or inside of here. Like, I wonder if I have a way to get world from here. Insert of missing ID. I don't think I do. Or I could just have world get passed into mob factory. Which also feels pretty reasonable. Because why would I ever have a mob factory have access to 2 worlds? Yeah, I mean, all I have to do is do this. I'm gonna do it this way, I think. I just realized you're using Emacs. Yeah, my friend told me about it, got me addicted. Now I'm stuck. Yeah, we'll do it this way. But I've been having some keyboard issues recently. I'll like press a button and then it'll type in like 20 of them. Like it's like my button clicks get stuck. I think it's some update that I had. My first 8 years of programming, me using Notepad exe. Oh boy. I don't know if I ever used, maybe when I was doing like HTML when I was really young, I probably used Notepad. You know, Linus Torvalds doesn't even use syntax highlighting, so you're in good company. That guy's a psycho though, so. All right, so if we're successful, we want to add it to snake setup. Oh shoot, let's do this. Yeah, me neither. I love syntax highlighting. I hate it when they don't highlight the right stuff though. They like highlight it in a weird way, or they're like it's not as contrast as I want. I wrote my first Java program in Notepad. It was brutal. I used Notepad++ for a real long time. Then he supplied Sublime text until VS Code became good. Yeah, I remember a lot of people using Sublime. I used Notepad++ a lot. I think my first IDE was called like Bloodshed or something like that. I wonder if I can find it. Bloodshed. Yeah, it was like this. This was it. I don't think it's called Bloodshed anymore. They call it like Dev C++, I guess. Bloodshed Dev C++. My first IDE. That was your first IDE too? Nice. What year did you start programming? When I was like a junior in high school. Like 15 years ago. Or so. Whatever that was. What is this missing? Int, monster type, position. Oh, and then I have to pass a minion in. Ah, I see. I need to make a minion component. (2010). God, I feel old now. Yeah, I don't remember. This was when I was a junior in high school. 2010 feels close. Like maybe 2009 or so. Maybe a little bit before. I think I graduated high school in 2010. Or I don't remember. I guess we do need I, after all. So we need to know what index we are. Okay, then we're closer in age. Yeah, I'm like 33. My whole life ahead of me. All right. Okay, there's the snake. set up. So then we spawn this should get red, and then it'll spawn all of the minions we want to have with it. And they don't have a behavior associated to them yet, but eventually they should. I just started programming when I was really young, 9 or 10. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really have... Yeah, I don't know why I started later. I guess I'm trying to think of what the path was, like why I even wanted to. I think I just wanted to make video games. So I went to a library. I went to the library and got like programming books, like C++ programming books. And then I ended up buying one on Amazon, which was mostly just a bookstore at the time. I probably still, I don't know if I have it anymore. I might have it somewhere. What was the book I bought? It was called, Michael something? I remember the cover. Yeah, this is it. Hold on, let me pull up an image. Open image. A new tab. It was this one, but it wasn't purple. It was yellow. It was the same design though. Michael Dawson. Crazy. But it had that same like design thing. This was the book I bought. I must have like the first edition or the second edition or something though. They maybe changed the color. But it was that one, and then there was something that I got from the library called like Llama Works or something. Hold on, let me find this. This might be it. I think it was this. This looks really familiar. But he had like this custom like library called Llama Works or something like that. It was terrible. I couldn't even get it to work. So I gave up. I like literally couldn't get it to run. I still got my hands on a Larly German game engine, now called 3D Game Studio A4. I almost bought that book when I was like 14. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I ended up buying it, and I didn't have a computer. I read it on like a family trip. We went somewhere and I read it on like the car ride or something. I like read the entire book. I had a book called Learn C++ in 21 Days, which happened to be about 600 pages or something. Yeah. Yeah, and it just goes through, it like just goes through all of the basic like C++ stuff. Like you end up learning like inheritance and stuff like that. But like I didn't learn anything about memory management, or at least I don't remember learning anything about it. So when I got to college, like I didn't know that stuff at all. I even remember this girl would like ask me for help because she knew I like kind of knew how to program, and she was like, it was some like pointer thing, and I was so embarrassed because I couldn't solve it. And I was like, I have no idea, because it was some memory thing I hadn't learned. So yeah. Where do I register this stuff? Let's just go for this. There we go. Ask her out, dude. You're right. I should call her after all these years. Hey, I finally learned how to finally learned memory management in C++. I finally know what the new keyword does. No, I blew my chance. If only I knew how to manage memory. C++ devs avoid memory management at all costs. Yeah, maybe that's why I never learned it, because like you learn about objects when you learn C++. At least back in the day you did. You learned about objects and classes and all that stuff. And it wasn't really like you would call new and it was like, all right, there you go. But you didn't learn about memory. You just learned about like, oh, you allocate a new thing. It's like, all right, I guess I did it. But then you didn't really like know about how memory works. Like you didn't know about how pointers really work or like pointer arithmetic stuff. So I feel betrayed by Michael Dawson now. I'm gonna write a really bad review on his book after all these years. I was trying to impress this girl and she was not impressed by my C++ knowledge after reading this book. Exactly. He prevented me from potentially my future wife. You're really good at RAII? You just have random heap allocations everywhere? Yeah. Yeah, then later on I learned about RAII. I actually had a job. And I thought it was the coolest thing. I was like, oh, that's so smart. What a great idea. But now I've wizened up even further. All right, what's the bug now? Oh, do I not set it in Mob Factory? Yeah, I passed the world in, but I forgot to do this part. So it's null. Yeah, it's been a while since I made a video. So yeah, it's come a long way. I think the last one I did was procedural decorating that I did for the biomes. But now I'm going back and reworking all of the biomes. So like it's just a lot of making new content. It's hard to make a video about that. Maybe I'll make a video about this one because it's a little bit interesting. But there's probably tons of videos about this sort of monster. But yeah, I mean, it's just a ton of like, all right, let me draw like a bunch of golems and then let's do the golem biome. Let me draw a bunch of mushrooms. We do the fungal grove, bunch of elven creatures, bunch of forest creatures, bunch of desert creatures. So it's hard to make a video about like, yeah, I spent the last month drawing a bunch of stuff and designing a bunch of monsters. I was introduced to programming with C++ and OOP after learning Go and non-OOP languages. I really don't see the point of OOP. Yeah, that's interesting that you learned in that order. Because like everybody else learns it the opposite direction. I don't know why they taught it that way. I don't know why OOP got so big. Yeah, everyone else is unlearning it. You never even had to waste that time. Now you see all the videos from like Casey Moratori. I think that's his last name. And like you start to realize like the downsides of it. Okay, this doesn't seem to be spawned anywhere. Yeah, I like a lot of Casey's videos. The first time I learned about I am GUI was like immediate mode GUIs was from his video. Like a really old video. It's him like in front of like one of those standing single whiteboard, not even like a big one like in a classroom, one of those really small ones. And it's just like him like scratching out like how he organizes it. Let me just try this. It's a good talk. I love immediate mode UIs. I'm a huge fan of those now. The only downside with those is It's kind of harder to like serialize your UI state if you ever need to do that. Trunks. You can't line up here. My cat jumps on my computer and my router's up there, and sometimes they knock it off. And if they knock it off, I guarantee I lose internet. All right, did it build? Did I start the build? I have like one more dependency left over, where if I change anything in the server, it's got to rebuild all of my assets. Once I get this one last thing untangled, it'll be a lot faster, I think. It depends on how immediate you made it. A lot of immediate mode UIs actually do 2 passes, like one for layout, one for event handling. I just had to differentiate it from this one. Where's my logs? Okay, I mean, it spawned them all. So the dungeon gets destroyed. I wonder if I need to have a body on it. Yeah, I think it's spawning them, but I think because the parent doesn't have a body, the dungeon gets, like, they all get destroyed or something. Let's go and look at I'm just gonna give it this body. It should have health. Oh, limbs don't have a body. All right, we'll do that. All right, buddy. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, enjoy your lunch and enjoy your tricky problems. I hope they go smoothly. All right. There's the head. I wonder if I need this though. Let's try that. Trunk's always showing his butt. The problem is he looks at me. All right, yeah, we'll do. Nick, thanks for stopping in, buddy. I'll see you around. Trunks, look at this. Look at this. Come here. There's the bodies. Okay, I guess the main thing doesn't need the body. Like the main one doesn't need a head. So we need to start adding like behaviors like to have like the top level one in the hierarchy. Oh, also they need to know about Like I need this sort of tracking where each one that's spawned needs to go to its parent. We'll have to add all of that. That'll be a bunch of different components. Look at all these. They all took damage. Getting tons of XP. But anyways. Yeah, I think what's left for this is I just need to add a component to track where things are in there in the snake hierarchy. And then I need to add the behavior for following the parent or switching to a head or a tail, depending on where you are. And then I need to do all the like the boss fight, what the whole boss fight's gonna be. So yeah, a little bit to do, but it's getting closer. Yeah, I just need to get him crawling around. But that'll have to be later, because I think I'm gonna end the stream here. I gotta go chill. It's been 4 hours, which is a good stream length. But yeah, thank you all for stopping in. Big moves. We're getting there. One day at a time. But never two. All right, guys. I will see you next time. When's your next stream? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. I'm kind of busy this end of this week, so I might try to get a bunch in early this week. So front load the week. My next stream is never say never. Never stopping. Uh-oh, now I'm on the hook for tomorrow. I said maybe. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I'll see you all later. Have a good day, and I will see you next time.